but the map is not the territory. So we're all taught how to use maps, and practically almost all maps are presented to you with the spherical coordinate reference system and spherical mapping, even though they're laid flat. Well, the flatness actually introduces distortions. Distortions in the real world when you lay that map flat. The map is distorting the land on it in order to conform to the spherical coordinates. You ever notice that the globe can't be mapped out in its entirety without distortions? Well, guess what? That's what you get with the azimuthal equidistant pizza Earth map. It's a globe. It's been flattened out with distortions. That's not where we actually live.
A map where you look it up, like Wikipedia azimuthal equidistant projection. Proportionally correct distances from the center point. All points on the map are the correct azimuth direction from the center point. It is the exponential map on a sphere. Useful application for this type of projection is a polar projection, which shows all meridians, their line and longitude, as straight with distances from the pole represented correctly. But like you said, that distorts the fuck out of it. Yeah, limitation. With the circumference of the Earth being approximately 40,000 kilometers, maximum distance that can be displayed in an azimuthal equidistant projection map is half the circumference, or about 20,000 kilometers. For distances less than 10,000 kilometers, or 6,214 miles, distortions are minimal. For distances 10 to 15,000 kilometers, 6,200 to 9,300 miles, the distortions are moderate. Distortions become severe when the distances are greater than 15,000 kilometers, or 9,300 miles. So the azimuthal equidistant projection map is centered about a point whose antipodal point lies on land, and the map is extended to the maximum distance, 12,427 miles. The antipodal point smears into a large circle. That's where you saw the different projections of maps centered about Los Angeles, whose antipodal point is the South Indian Ocean. And they have one that's a map centered about Taipei, whose antipodal point is near the Argentina-Paraguay border. And they show some weird stuff.
Yeah, the map circumference of the equator on the azimuthal equidistant map is 24,900 miles, thereabouts. The map circumference of 89 degrees north, 1 degree shy of the center. The circumference of 89 degrees north latitude is somewhere around 430 miles. 89 degrees south latitude, the outer rim of that map. The circumference map distance is also about 430 miles. That's what the map is telling you with the non-uniform scale, because it's describing spherical geometry. The scale is nonlinear because you've taken a three-dimensional object and smashed it onto a two-dimensional plane. You can't account for uniform distances when performing this transformation. You can't have uniform distances on both the 3D surface and the 2D surface. You got to make some concessions to see them all at once.
But not in more than one direction, you can't.
Sorry, TW, you're muffled.
I was just saying, not in more than one direction, you can't.
Right.
I posted those projections from the Wikipedia with LA and Taipei centers, and look how messed up everything is.
Yeah, it's still a globe, right? I mean, it's messed up because you're taking the entire globe. You know,
Yeah.
you can't
It just shows you
take
how.
what has been projected into the globe from a flat Earth and then reproject it flat and say that's a flat Earth.
Yeah, I really appreciate you showing me that.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's a very common misperception. It would be very nice, folks, if we could have flat Earth described as a nice little frisbee, little object, and then just keep everything the
Yeah.
same and just transform the coordinate. I mean, but there's a reason why that doesn't work in reality. It's because they're just
It's not a
transforming the
frisbee.
coordinates.
Yeah.
This isn't anything
It's
new.
not a
This
frisbee.
is literally a sphere.
There's some that argue, no, they came up with that first and then turned that into the globe.
Yeah, I've heard that. Oh yeah, the sailors in the South were actually measuring longitudinal lines going away from Polaris in the southern latitudes. It's like, oh yeah, really? They were? They were really doing that? Like, if you look at the nautical almanac they used, they certainly didn't do it that way. Right? I mean, they were using the Southern Cross and the Pointer Stars to point to Sigma Octantis region, which you couldn't see with the human eye. They used the southern point of rotation in the sky. It just happened to be dark, but they used it as a point of rotation in the sky, just like people use Polaris in the north, and Polaris just happens to be a bright point right close to that point of rotation. So
But yeah, it's a
things are
fixed
imprecise
reference.
in the south as a consequence of this. But
Didn't the pirates they counted the Earth as flat or something like that?
how would they do that?
I'm saying that's how that's how their maps work. They only worked on a flat Earth.
How'd they do? What maps and how'd they do it?
Let's see here.
Sounds like an urban myth. There are lots of urban myths within our midst on Team FE. We're trying to get rid of them. Because nothing's more embarrassing than to make like a bold claim that everybody around you seems to think was vetted and true, only for it not to be, and for it to be easily debunked within seconds. And you know what? That happens a lot. The reason why so many people think it's a globe is because nobody actually checked, and the reason why people repeat all these bad fleur sci-fi claims is because nobody checked either.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that the Southern Cross doesn't sweep towards the western horizon at 15 degrees per hour. That's for sure.
My gosh, dude.
Let's see here, 1650s to 1730s.
Like pirate maps. I'd be surprised if you had pirates even interested in making their own maps.
That's what I was saying.
Beyond
I
just
don't
like bleeding on a napkin pointing to buried treasure.
I'm bleeding on a napkin. No, I'm saying at that time, I don't think they even understood what the Earth was.
Well, I mean, they were going based off of the ancient Greeks, and I think many navigators thought that you could use the Earth as a sphere. The logarithm, the logarithm developed by John Napier is the name. You can look him up. He was a navigator and an astronomer and mathematician. He invented the logarithm to make it easy for navigators. This is like in the 1600s. For navigators to convert spherical geometry of the sky to spherical geometry of the Earth. And the logarithm tables were published with the Nautical Almanac in order to give them a field guide that'd be easy to use for that purpose. And so that's been going on since the 1600s. You can buy his book.
You know about was it Christopher Columbus?
Yeah, that gets crazy. Like there's that weird time frame
Yeah,
between like the
he thought
1400s
that.
and 1600s. Kind of weird. I don't know about Christopher Columbus, man.
Yeah, he said he thought the
Who
Earth
even
was
was he?
25% smaller or something like that.
Yeah, the legend goes right that he thought they could sail west and hit like Indonesia.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know about that.
I mean, he ended up making it there, right? Who knows? Hey, maybe he might have been right. Who knows?
Yeah, he thought he made it there. As the story goes, he thought he made it there, and it's why he called it the West Indies. You know, he reads tales about people from Indonesia with darker skin complexions. They live close to nature, and so on and so forth. And what happens when they land over in the Caribbean? They see local islanders that match that description. They're like, "Oh man, we got to be here." So it's plausible to me, but what isn't plausible to me is knowing how supposedly good they were with maps and with taking um, astronomy and applying them to mapping. That if they had an idea how big the Earth is from Eratosthenes based off of its circumference and its mapping to the circuit of the
Oh,
sun in the sky, then how come they were confused about the dimensions of Earth for over 1,000 years?
so this the Christopher Columbus guy, he completely dismissed the idea that it was that size. He's like, no, it can't be this size.
Yeah,
You gotta love it, man. He was like, he's like, frick this Eratosthenes guy, bro. The Earth cannot be that size. He's full of crap. That's why, hey, that's why I like Christopher Columbus. He was like, shut up, Eratosthenes, bro.
Eratosthenes was said to be correct for the globe.
I don't, I don't know.
Tuscany's map. Was that a projection? Because it's flat,
Was
and
it?
he thought the Earth was a globe, right? So, like, was that his idea of like a globe flattened out?
Man,
Well, they used to use maps called rhumb lines, or not maps. They used to use a method called rhumb lines in order to navigate with maps. And rhumb lines would allow you to navigate with straight headings on a spherical surface, mathematical surface. And so it made it easy for them to calculate. But the entire while, they're thinking that they're taking potentially um, inaccurate paths and very windy paths. Like if you try to execute straight line headings using rhumb lines on a map, you think that you're doing spiraling arcs around the surface of a ball, not going the most optimal great circle route. But it was a lot easier because you could just like maintain a heading and then drive yourself right in to your destination. And so then they'd straighten it out and it would kind of work on a Mercator map. And so the Mercator map was useful because one of the things it allowed you to do by stretching the lines of longitude parallel to one another and perpendicular, maintaining perpendicularity to latitude, is that when you do your headings and you draw your headings out on a map, you can use straight line angles and you can intersect every line of longitude in a parallel fashion, which means you can maintain your same angular heading and not have to change it with every instantaneous second of travel as you would think if you had to do it on a spherical surface. Well, so all they did was they took this spherical surface and stretched it out flat. It's still mathematically spherical, but it made it easier for them to draw lines on and to use angles. And they just thought, yeah, well, I mean, this is much simpler to use. We know it's not optimal, but it's good enough. So they put up with it. And I think the idea went, well, Earth is a globe, but it's weird. It doesn't really work out the way it does, and the way we navigate may not be optimal because we're doing rhumb lines and we're maintaining fixed course headings, but it's good enough. So the idea went from it's good enough to today in modern age, that same mathematical object that was good enough suddenly becomes, oh my god, it's real. It becomes not just a good enough effect, but the actual benchmark reference for reality. So now you've got a mathematical concept upon which a real world is being created. And that's the scary part about this whole thing.
Reified. Yeah. And they're still doing it today.
Yeah, they're tripling, quadrupling down today.
Oh yeah.
Look, I'm sure there is a lot of flat Earth debate going on in the age of sail, but all the big sailing academies, their textbooks, navigation guides, and aids describe spherical geometry that was used back then. It's false to say that it was all flat Earth until like 100 years ago. That doesn't seem to hold up to historical accounts.
Well, you would expect, if that was the case, to have maps with parallel lines, or something like the A map.
Yeah, it's like what observation did they have to get parallel lines to Polaris?
Yeah.
Imagine.
Oh, Polaris must be infinitely far, and the light must be parallel. Oh no, you sound like a Globie. Ray parallelism is, I don't think, reconcilable with a flat Earth unless you introduce some kind of non-Euclidean geometry. And if you're going to make that claim, you need an observation in the real world. Otherwise, you're just dreaming up ideas that you're trying to falsify.
Yeah. But they will teach, like, I guess at basic level or whatever. Like they'll use the pole with the string attached to the top, sort of thing. Like down to the flat surface underneath them. It's like the principle behind it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and then I guess they come along later and say, "Yeah, but we're not actually doing that. It's not."
Yeah.
Quite so.
I thought I always say that the Globie's God is the God of yeah, but.
And we use this formula
Yeah,
and that formula, like have a sign or whatever, to fix it up, right? So you don't make mistakes. Let's get lost, right?
I've been reading Antonio Superet's Book of the Sun. Of course, he has his own map and stuff, but one of the more interesting things we see is, like Yoda was talking about, is like the distortion, like the lines, and like this is his longitude at the equinox based on his map. And you see how it's changing and distorting heavily. The farther north you are, the less distortion, but the farther south you go, the more. But like the way he posits, like Africa and South America and Australia, as those lines are going, it seems like a more uniform direction along those land masses. So it seemed like things weren't as bad as they actually are.
It's the Fibonacci sequence.
Well, yeah.
It just reminds me of that. There's like a seashell or something.
You know what I noticed funny about the Fibonacci sequence is that it's of course like 1.618, but it's the golden ratio or whatever, the 1.618. You know, if you have +1 or square it comes out to 2.61 and change afterwards. But if you look at like the Schumann frequency, which is 7.83, and you divide that by 3, it comes out to 2.61. Also, 100 percentage of pi is also 2.61.
All right, so why don't the stars show those patterns?
Right.
When we
What's the
time
observation?
lapse them. Sorry, say that again, Yoda?
Yeah, sorry, just chiming in to agree. Like, what is the observation? Why don't the patterns do that if that's what's happening?
Right.
I mean, the Subarats map, those longitudinal lines are based off of, I think, what's perpendicular to the sun's.
And that was the difference between like what he did and what everybody else did. Everybody else was using the celestial sphere, right? Is that correct, Yoder? Or these other projections and stuff like that? Or DJ?
D-Town, have you seen the first globe model? The first model globe, 1492?
Yeah, you posted that a while back in that conversation.
Got a train going past. Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, good. Yeah, so that's what I was
I've seen
going to
it,
ask
yeah.
you about, Yoda, right? So a lot of globe
Yeah.
earthers, they think that the way that the celestial sphere is observed only works on the current globe that we have right now, and that it proves that the Earth's a globe, and that the celest, like the north and the south pole can only work on this particular globe that we have now with its current size and current, and the continents and all of that kind of thing. So what coordinate system were they using back in 1492 when they had this globe that was missing all of the southern continents? Asia seems to cover half the globe, right? There's no Antarctica, there's no America, there's no Australia, there's no New Zealand. Half the oceans are missing. It's basically
Are the
50
distances
something percent of
preserved,
the
DJ,
land.
though? Sorry to interrupt. Is the circumference 25,000 miles?
No, no, I think it was, even though over 50% of the land and 50% of the oceans are missing, the radius was something like 15% smaller or something. It's the Ptolemaic circumference, that same one that Columbus used or whatever. Like mini Earthers.
That's so
Yeah,
weird.
Earthers.
That's so weird. I mean, we're told that they accepted Eratosthenes' standard or something, right? Like, how come they threw Eratosthenes under the bus for the last 2,000 years?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
who's got that
Yep.
feedback?
Is
Yeah,
that me?
DJ, you're feeding back.
Oh, really? Okay. Just a second.
I was gonna say it can't be. It can't be that mix that in.
Yeah, why is that? We get told today, do everybody knew, the Greeks knew. Like, what?
Christopher Columbus was like, "Shut up, Eratosthenes."
I'm very skeptical about the whole Greeks thing. The reason for that, they pride themselves, the stories are they pride themselves with their logic. Surely they would have seen their logic was false.
It wasn't without its, contest back then either. I guess,
Right. If they had rejected Eratosthenes' method as affirming the consequent or as being some kind of non-empirically supportable conclusion for the globe compared to the Ptolemaic model or whatever took place afterwards, then where's all the historical documentation that that was the case? Do we have an observation of any historical trend or documentation showing this? I don't think we do.
Christopher Columbus, he was known to. That's like one of those things he's known for. He thought the Earth was like 23% smaller or something like that.
Yeah, if that's the case, then where's their rejection of the Eratosthenes globe? Right? Because we're told the Greeks proved it more than 2,000 years ago, and that's how we came up with the circumference of the Earth. Well, here we have in the 1400s, 1600s, we have different dimensions of that claim. In fact, it looks like they discarded Eratosthenes. Where's the evidence that they encountered the Eratosthenes concept and then discarded it? Where's the idea that it was even widespread for them to discard?
Said, okay, this is what it says.
Now really know about it.
It says
It would have saved him some fucking
actually
time.
rejected the accurate size of Earth calculated by ancient scholar Eratosthenes in favor of much smaller, flawed dimensions. Let's see what else it says. Let's see. Educated Europeans in the 15th century already knew the Earth was round. The dispute between Columbus and the royal committees in Portugal and Spain was not about the shape of the planet, but the size. So he completely rejected the size of the Earth.
Where's the evidence that it had been accepted as some kind of Eratosthenes standard?
Let's see what we can.
That's what I'm after. The idea is that everybody had known the Earth was a globe from Eratosthenes. All right, well, I'm not seeing evidence of that. I'm just seeing the story of Eratosthenes and then a period of almost 2,000 years where he was ignored for the most part because we have these tiny globes. And those tiny globes, I mean, it's safe to assume that these represent the most modern thinking, most advanced thinking on the topic at the time, because that's how they're being presented to us.
Here we go. This says, so this is claiming that the concept of the 25,000-mile Earth was well known and widely accepted by elites and royal committees. However, Eratosthenes as an individual person was not necessarily it says in quotations, household name to the general public, and his original writings were long lost. Instead, his brilliant ideas lived on through later scholars. By 1492, the intellectual world of Europe viewed the size of the Earth at a mix of sources.
What's the evidence that these elites, that these royals, had accepted the Eratosthenes view for so long throughout the age of sail?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they don't really. It even says that the sources were mixed.
Yeah.
It would have given them the edge, and they would have been they would have conquered the world a lot sooner than the British and the French and the Spanish.
Right. If they
These
knew
all
the
these
dimensions of Earth, then they could keep track of how much they mapped and just fill in the blanks like a mosaic over time. But they didn't do that.
Yeah, they really didn't.
Right. It's almost like a video game where, let's say that you've got your map, but the map shows the furthest extent of the world that you can go to. Or if it's a globe map for your video game, it shows you how far you can go until you end up back where you started again. But it's all black, right? Now you got the dimensions, right? You got the Eratosthenes viewpoint on this. Now you have how much of it there is to explore. Now you get to fill in the blanks. But so if that was the case as they described, then I would expect there to be this ongoing effort to just fill in the blanks, fill in the mosaic. But instead we get a history of different proportionalities out of the globe, which means whatever was happening in the public discourse, regardless of what they say about how the elites thought of it personally, there was no consideration for Eratosthenes' view as holding much weight. That they were willing to expand and contract the Eratosthenes size of the globe in order to fit the parameters of their observations and concepts on what the Earth is. So
Yeah, they're all like,
betrays the idea that it was accepted.
it's funny. They all just like disagreed with each other.
Yeah, that I believe. I believe they disagreed with each other for a long time, and I don't see any evidence that there was this widespread acceptance of any Eratosthenes viewpoint on the Earth.
Right.
It's
How many,
funny how they make the claim that just the elites knew it and all that stuff. It's so funny.
Sounds like a conspiracy theory.
How many miles
It
per
does.
degree
Yeah.
was it? How many miles per degree on that little globe that DJ posted?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, there's 69-1 on the Eratosthenes globe. Why did they throw that out? So this is going to be what, like 39-1?
Right. And where was the equator?
Yeah, and how big was the equator said to be?
Yeah.
So, now we have a problem. Doesn't square with the Eratosthenes standard. Also, like the most well-funded expeditions of the day were not using the Eratosthenes standard. What's wrong with these guys? Everyone knows the Eratosthenes was correct, right? Isn't it
still
freaking
feeding
weird,
back?
guys?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's really weird about it.
Am I still feeding back? Is my mic working?
Test,
Sounds
test.
like you're good now, bro.
Test. Open your mic. Yeah, it's still feeding back. If you open your mic as I'm talking, I can hear myself through it.
Alright.
Oh yeah, now it's feeding back. Yeah.
I have no idea, man. Sorry about that.
You're using a mixer?
So if they had, and they had a rough idea about like the size of the known land masses at the time, they could have placed it upon that, and then on that size sort of globe, and then go look at all these areas that are blank. All right, let's go there and find out what's there.
Exactly, T-Dub. Exactly. We know how big it is, so let's draw it on a map and let's plot where we've been and see how far we have to go. Well, of course there are problems with that. So what I was wondering is, did they keep the circumference size of these globes without North and South America on them? Did they keep the same circumference and just add extra distance, stretching Asia across, stretching Africa across, stretching Pacific and Indian Oceans across? did they make up for it with that? Which I could kind of see them do if they're like, okay, we got the Eratosthenes standard. Here's what we think the world must look like, and we haven't accurately measured vast regions of it. So then they go stretch out where there was known landmass to exist, just assuming that maybe their initial measurements or incomplete measurements could be filled in this way. Right, but I don't see that that's the case. The claim looks to be that they had a whole different circumference. So yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting question, almost a forensic kind of question. Like if this is the case, then how would the most well-funded expeditions of their day throw out up to that point what would be 1,500 plus years of research into the globe and an Eratosthenes standard that we're told today was well known since Eratosthenes. It just doesn't square, folks. There's something wrong. And these kinds of questions get people looking at other facets of history itself. How much do we really know for sure about our past, and how much is the mainstream accurate? And then you come to find out that Christopher Columbus may have been like a Polish or Hungarian Jew or something. And the story gets even weirder. And that we know he went to Istanbul. So by 1454, the Byzantine Empire had kind of been in decline for a couple hundred years, and the city was Constantinople, but it finally fell, capitulating to Islamic invaders in 1454. Right, and around that time, the Moors were driving into Spain, and the Habsburg were looking at the east and the west, thinking, "Oh my gosh, what's happening?" And then there's that battle in Spain. They drove the Moors back. The Spanish king and the Habsburg emperor rejoiced. By that time, the Habsburg Empire was mostly being managed out of Spain instead of Austria. And then so now they felt a great sense of relief that they've held back Europe, but may have lost Constantinople. And then in comes Christopher Columbus. And where does he head to after he's well funded? He heads over to Constantinople to get the ancient maps. Why would he go there instead of like the Vatican? I mean, so there's some interesting stories. He was able to obtain better maps going to Constantinople. Well, it's because Constantinople had been, up to that point, the true seat of the Roman Empire, even through the usurpation of the title by Charlemagne in the 700s into the 800s. And then on those maps he obtained, there is a coastline charted of eastern Brazil and of Queen Maud Land, known today, of northern Antarctica. Before he even sailed out, there were these maps that had those parts of those coastlines charted, without a doubt. And when I say this, it's not speculation so much as the conclusion of sincere academic research. We got correspondence between like the U.S. Air Force Office of Mapping and university researchers who are looking at these maps, and they're concluding that, yeah, in their correspondence, they had concluded that it really seems like these old maps actually had these distant coastlines charted out. Someone had been there. We don't know how old that information is.
Right, and not only that, some of the coastlines indicated on that map suspiciously look a lot like the coastline of Antarctica without the ice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
But
true.
of course, they say that that's been covered in ice for billions of years, or millions of years at least. But we know, well, we don't know, but we suspect that there was the Younger Dryas, right? Maybe that's when Antarctica froze over, and not as like hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago, right?
Yeah, or even 12,000 years ago. I don't think that's the case.
Can I
I
get
kind
another
of
mic
wonder
check?
if this happened during the Bronze Age collapse.
Right. Yeah, that sounds good, DJ.
Yeah, that's better. No feedback. Awesome.
Way better.
Chris, bro.
Yeah. There was, even on the official record, there was like a warming period over a certain. I forget exactly what year it was, like 500 years ago, or maybe
Yeah,
even
the
more.
medieval warming period. Yep.
Yeah. And a lot of the old maps from back then don't show any ice anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I'd be curious to see what kind of radiocarbon dating that they've been doing on some of these artifacts that they're grabbing from Göbekli Tepe and stuff. I haven't looked into any of this. But yeah, what if Göbekli Tepe's from like 1500 BC or so, whenever that Bronze Age collapse was, instead of 12,000 BC? Doesn't that, or 12,000 years ago? I think that seems just, on a sniff test kind of common sense level, that seems much more plausible.
Yeah, like they assume that they even assume that it was buried, at a certain time, like. But there's a lot of these maps, like from medieval times and leading up into like the Renaissance and after not long afterwards that I feel like that the modern day scholars are saying they were a good try. What if they were actually really accurate and something occurred, geologically to change outline like coastlines, and reduced countries in size and marginally and we don't know that they're just assuming that pretty much the configuration of their world map today has remained constant for for a few thousand for thousands of years. What if that's not true? What if something drastically changed over the last few hundred years even? What if they're actually really accurate maps?
I wonder if, so you got the Bronze Age collapse story, 1500 BC. It seems pretty well established to me, but you've also got like the Younger Dryas and comets, right? There's the Dark Ages comet mystery of like 504, 584 something AD, which they claim to have taken out much of the most northern parts of Europe, which would leave a wasteland open for Vikings to sail around that time. You know what I mean? Bunch of raiders going in, washed up lands. But if there's like this comet breakup and collapse causing massive flooding and stuff, and die-offs and the sun being blotted out, and that would happen. But around the same time, they think that same whatever comet is, this is all their history, folks. I'm not saying I believe any of this. I'm just saying this is what you can go find out that people have researched. And by people, I mean like academic research. Serious people who are trying to do this seriously. But that's about when they think the Mayan collapse happened, coinciding around with the 500s and a comet. And people wondered if the same comet went across Central America in the northeast direction and bear toward the north, and then also deposited along like UK, northern France, across Scandinavia, and so on, and then thrusting that region into a Dark Ages. And they've got evidence from dendrochronology from tree ring studies to support this idea, supposedly too. And then the unexplicable mud flooding, right? How is it that you have like Roman style thatched roofs with like modern Arabic coins It's just strange. You find like mixed what are they called, out of place artifacts
Yeah, yeah.
all over Europe. You've got entire cities that people are rediscovering today that are buried under all this catastrophic layer. Like in that town in
Yeah.
France. Like how does all that how does the people who've always been there and haven't been displaced, presumably, how do they forget that an entire Roman city existed there and was just under the mud? Like it tells a story instead of like
Doesn't make
something
any sense.
happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then new people moving in and start building, and then, oh wait, whoops, this is where that Roman city was. Well, what happened in between? Were people displaced and then come back? We're
Right.
not told that's the European story.
No. Yeah, something done that up, doesn't
Yeah, it always bothered me. Like they'll be as far as the UK and do a dig and be like, oh my gosh, we found like the fabled, amazing baths of this Roman settlement. We'd heard tales about how exquisite it is, and they're uncovering it right now. Like, wait, didn't people live continuously in these regions?
Right.
And for something so magnificent to get lost, how does it get lost if people are always living there?
Right. And they've got those caves in France where they found the artwork depicting people wearing hats and carrying bags and things, and it was supposed to be like prehistoric, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, go,
hats.
nothing to see here, folks. Yeah, it's like,
There's a lot going on. So, yeah, this supposed Dark Ages comet. Well, it's also interesting. Like the Younger Dryas was said to be from a comet, the Chicxulub crater, and a kill off of life, but they say that happened like 12,000 years ago. It's like, well, we've got a crazy story kind of in the mainstream right now of something happening about 1,200 years ago, 1,500 years ago. Instead of 12,000 or 15,000 years ago, they're off by like a decimal point. I mean, unless this isn't it, but we got a simultaneous collapse of the Mayans and the Incans and all of them, the Aztecs, and they're rediscovering it today. The fabled LIDAR expeditions they're doing in the Amazon and finding all kinds of stuff that had been abandoned and die-offs and migration stories. And then around the same freaking time, folks, Northern Europe was in the Dark Ages, or just entered it, they say. And you got all these Viking raiders discovering and raiding towns and setting up villages and then going inland, becoming Varangians, right? The Varangian Guard provided the protection to Constantinople. The Vikings came in, founding the land of the Rus and stuff like this. It's as if like suddenly there was a lot of territory to go explore, go conquer. It's like everything got destroyed, and then
Right.
bands of men got together and rebuilt it. And then you got the strange. One more thing, you got the copy and pasting of the Merovingians and the Carolinians in Europe, and not matching Byzantine records.
right. I don't know much about that. Those names I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evidence of historical reconstruction to me is what it looks like. The Anglo-Saxons were involved in this, and the Vikings, I think.
Right.
And perhaps
That's why
not trying to deceive anyone.
Yeah, right.
I got a question. What do you think about this, right? How come the first globe model was only in 1492? If they knew that the Earth was a globe for thousands of years, where's all of the stone model globes, right? Where's all of these documents that have 3D drawings of a, like a 3D sort of, like a globe drawn, and all of that kind of thing? How come that doesn't exist?
You think somebody would have tried to carve one or something? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should. There should be thousands of them, right? Like nothing, not one.
Right. Where's all the speculation about land and the drive to explore, where they know that there has to be a place to go, but they haven't reached? I mean, there is evidence that they've grown the dimensions of the available land with what they've explored.
Right. This is why I think, right, that there's been, this whole new world thing, right? I think that I speculate that they weren't talking about a new land called the New World. They were literally like trying to rediscover the world that they've once known because it had changed, right? So that was the new world, right? All these maps and stuff from from Europe that we get out of Europe from a few hundred years ago was their endeavor to rediscover the changes that had taken place after some sort of cataclysmic event. It was a new world. It wasn't America, it was the whole world had changed. So they had to rediscover it, basically. They were sending their best people out to go find out what's happened. Let's let's make sense of this, basically. I don't know, it's a speculation of mine. So this new world thing was misinterpreted as being like placed upon a country, a new land that they didn't know existed. I don't think that's the case. And this is why I asked earlier about Eratosthenes' map, right? Like, was that his best attempt to try and portray the way that because he was supposed to have been, if he existed, right? He was supposed to be the curator of the Library of Alexandria, right? He had his hands on every single piece of information document that was coming through there. I mean, it's said that sailors and explorers went there to peruse through the maps, and they weren't allowed to take them, but they could copy them, right? They say that's where Piri Reis, how he ended up with his outlines of like Antarctica coastline and other things, and other sailors that we look at their maps saying, how did they freaking know this place existed? That wasn't supposed to have been discovered yet. I think they had, right? But they're a lot different than they are today. Then, right? Sorry, today, and then a lot different, right? And we attribute that to lack of knowledge, lack of skill. Like it was a good try, right? But maybe they had it down, and that's actually the way the world looked back then. And there was an event that changed everything, and then when things settled down, we started getting our shit back together. We started sending people out to see what had actually taken place and what changes the environment, had undergone. The new world.
Yep. Yeah, how the map convention had somehow gone from east being at the top to north being at the top. Yeah, there are all kinds of interesting things like this. The geological record showing in some areas that they've explored, the magnetic field was oriented like almost 90 degrees off from where it is today. Right, they're able to look at the geology and see the dipole alignment of rocks, and the dipole alignment's like 90 degrees off from the current magnetic field in places. And they wonder if everything was aligned previously to a different magnetic north.
I mean, like obviously something happened because like they're finding all these like these giant structures in megalithic places. Some of them in ruins, right? But with obvious signs of advanced architecture, right? And who do they find there? Like primitive cultures, like barely able to like invent a wheel, like so. And those people saying we didn't build that, but modern day, you know, researchers attributing it to them anyway because of their incredulity. I can't imagine anything else, right? Like
Yeah.
it has to have been them. They just don't remember, or they're lying to us, or something. Why would you not take the word of the people that live there?
Yeah, they're like, we didn't build this shit.
Right?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, there is a huge disconnect. Why don't these people remember their own history? Why don't we all remember their history? There shouldn't be a mystery about who built the pyramids and who built Pumapunku and who built Tiahuanaco and who built all these other places. There shouldn't be a memory loss. Why is there such a big one? Even amongst their own people, there shouldn't be one.
Yeah. This is why
Those cultures should have
catastrophism
preserved their history somehow.
Yeah. In recent times, right, we've seen catastrophism start to peak up again. People worried about catastrophes from the ground, from the sky, from the ocean warming, the methane bubbling, the ring of fire becoming fiery, cosmic lights in the sky. People are worried, right? And so these ancient civilizations, they built monuments often in alignment with the stars. And one interpretation is to say, well, look, we look at when these were built, when we look at like the cataclysm of the Dark Ages comet, which may be the same as the Bronze Age collapse, which may be the same as the Younger Dryas, we don't know. But it looks like an ancient people was obsessed with watching the sky to make sure potentially that it wouldn't do a weird sky thing again and wipe people out. So you're going to build these monuments, right? We're going to build these. We're going to erect them with such strength and prominence that future people will be able to use these to check the alignment of the stars and know, and hopefully get advanced warning of when the next cataclysm will be. It's almost to me like too that they in the 1400s maybe they discovered something or came across something. Like, you want to talk about conspiracy and elite ideation, maybe some of them started to figure out that history wasn't what they thought. There's something weird going on with this. And that's why they launched all these explorations. They're like, all right, we need to get to the bottom of this. Let's go explore the world. So they did this. And then they did it again with the International Polar Year in the late 1800s under the Habsburg Empire. And it almost seems like in that case, they were driven by an investigation into what happened. In the 1880s, the Habsburg Empire organized an event called the International Polar Year. It was the most well-funded, most well-coordinated worldwide effort to figure out what the hell this place is that there ever was up to this point in history. They included the United States, Russia, various countries in England, all organized by the Habsburgs out of then in Austria. And so they sent exploration teams to the north and the south. They actually used balloons to go over ice fields. And they even tried to experiment with rocketry, which was brand new at the time, because the Russian scientist Konstantin Tsiolkovsky had just completed the rocket equation, had many successful rocket launches. So they were wondering what they could do with rockets. They didn't end up using them, I think, until the next International Polar Year that took place 50 years later in 1933. And that's an interesting point in time. What's also interesting is all data from the second International Polar Year expedition in 1933 had been lost, according to them. And then the third one came with the space race in the 1960s and 70s, which is kind of still going on. There was a fourth one in 2008 and a fifth one planned here in like 2033. Yeah, the fourth international polar year was in 2008. Like these massive worldwide efforts involving Antarctica, involving space, involving geology and mapping, these are going on almost like beneath the public's nose. We're all watching the political infighting in Hollywood and sports games, and it's like the elite are obsessed, probably for good reason, whether or not there is a cataclysm that they're watching, but they're obsessed with figuring out what this place is. And they're not really sharing their results publicly. Like, we have to point out to people all the time that there are two south magnetic poles, not one, according to them. Yeah, they claim that there are three magnetic poles. How many more could there be? How many more have there been? Have there been any times where there wasn't any? What if the
There's two
magnetic
south
field was oriented
magnetic,
towards the east? Huh?
two south magnetic poles, not one geographical and one magnetic. There's two magnetic.
Yeah, they're both magnetic. Yep, there's one that is relatively fixed near 90 degrees south, close to Vostok Base.
What the heck?
And the people in Vostok Base specifically study the more fixed one down there. And I know people who've been there personally who've done magnetic field studies at Vostok.
And there's another one that moves. Is there like the north one? There's a south one that moves like the north, or
Yeah, there's a south one that moves, and it moves, with much greater variability today than the north. And the south one wanders almost in between like the Antarctic coastline and the southwest Australian coastline.
well, I wonder if there's a north one that's fixed, and they just don't tell us about it.
That'd be interesting.
When I'm looking it up, it's saying that the geographical one is not magnetic.
They call it a dip pole because they say that the compass dips down towards the Earth at that second point. Like, if it's not magnetic, then what's causing the declination around that point? I'm kind of curious why they'd say it's not magnetic.
Doesn't that magnetic field line map that we show that there's pretty much two south poles? Magnetic south
they
poles?
do. The World Magnetic Model. Yep.
I think the spherical coordinate system, the points, longitude lines meet at the geographical South Pole. But then on that magnetic declination chart, don't those lines they meet like just off the coast of Antarctica at the magnetic south? And who's like,
No,
what
there's a third point you're missing, DJ, on that map.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the reason why you see along at the bottom of that map, along the bottom edge, you have magnetic field lines that are straightening out, pointing south to the very bottom of the map's edge, not to the dip pole by Australia. Those are converging to the other magnetic field point.
Do we have a different projection? Maybe a globe projection of this?
Yeah.
Let me check.
And I posted the 24/7. Probably in Pickled Minds. Hold on.
I've got this interview with Dr. Patrick Alkin, who's a research scientist for the National Geophysical Data Center. He works for NOAA. And he explains in this interview how they have absolutely no idea what's going on with Earth's magnetic field and how they can't predict what it's going to be doing in the future.
Yeah, Witcher used to talk about that.
Yeah, that's where I heard about it, actually. Then I looked the guy up. Here's the original video that the clip from Witset's video is from this one. All right, Yoda. Yeah, I see what you posted. Check this out.
Yeah, they call them dip poles. Literally dip poles because of the compass needle dipping. Their claim, not mine.
That's crazy. It looks like they converge into 2 points, like you were saying.
Yeah, they even describe it that way. But you're also right to point out, in a lot of literature out there, people don't know about this, and they said, "Oh, there's only one south magnetic pole." Like, okay, well then, what's this over here?
What the hell?
Oh, that I don't know if that's magnetic. I mean, maybe you're misinterpreting that. No, I'm actually not, because you can pull up not only these declination charts, but magnetic field line strength charts that they create, that they claim to have mapped and measured. And they're showing you the strength of the field and the vectors changing and pointing to these two locations. And then they describe them both as dip poles. They describe them all as dip poles. And they literally, like, if you were to take your compass and walk over this point on the ground, your compass needle would point straight down if it were affixed to like a rotating ball instead of a flat spindle. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, all wish to point out there's a big mystery out here, and I do think that, while they can't like necessarily classify as a matter of national security scientific discoveries, they certainly can not report on them, and they can guard them and make sure people don't discover them if that's the case. If there's some kind of area you can't go to. I mean, we've seen them do this with like the Grand Canyon and with Powell's Cave and with Lake Mead and all kinds of other interesting cases. And that's mainly for archaeological reasons, but maybe that's not all. Yeah, I mean,
would
I
think,
kind of go ahead.
Would the top, how come the north doesn't look anything like the south when it comes to the magnetic field lines?
Yeah, there are three
Like,
poles. Like, there's
completely
one in the
different.
north and two in the south. Okay.
Yeah, and just the layout of the lines and everything, it just looks completely different. That's weird.
Yeah, I think the sloppy declination in the south is mainstream interpreted as there actually being two magnetic poles. And the interplay of their two fields causes magnetic declination to do all these crazy things while the field sorts itself out and equalizes. So the other thing is, they say the magnetic field is becoming less coherent over time, which is what's shielding us from plasma in space above our heads from frying the Earth. They say what will happen is, if these poles wander too much, it's a sign that the field strength is weakening, and we'll see more auroras. We could see more blackouts. We could actually see random fires starting because of this cosmic ray problem. Basically, little micro EMP bursts frying electrical equipment here and there and causing auroras in places as far south as Mexico and Florida, like we've been seeing here in the United States. So, and then they say more magnetic poles might start forming, and more and more and more, and then the whole Earth is covered by magnetic poles, and then eventually the whole thing becomes so incoherent that it blips out of existence. But because it's part of a process, the magnetic poles reactualize and just form at a different angle, and now you got a pole shift. I don't see why that can't happen on a flat Earth. Why we can't have cycles of like magnetic field disarray. And I mean, especially if you're observing something like that happening right now,
What if they
and
really?
there's
It's
geological
really.
evidence.
So what if it's really two north poles?
Yeah. To me, like if this realm is going to be stable, I don't know that it is. Like, don't you want like an even number of poles, people? Like, wouldn't there be a quadrupole or something? I mean, people suspected this, right? That the two magnetic poles that you see on the sphere map are actually at opposite ends of the Earth from one another.
Right. Maybe that's why they're not making much sense of all the field lines, like because they're misinterpreting it
Yeah. And it's funny
because of the
because you
bias.
do have like a West Antarctica and an East Antarctica too.
Right. The east is the like the main body or chunk of land that's actually under the ice, right? And there's the rest is like little like in a little archipelago or something, right?
Yeah.
Like a series of islands, smaller islands, isn't it? Or is that the west? Is it the other way around? I can't remember.
No, you got it.
What's with them calling that place something fire? Like um, it's marked on some maps as being the land of fire or something. It's like, wait, isn't it covered in ice? Like, where's that coming from? What do you mean fire? Land of fire? It's like off the tip of Chile or whatever, isn't it?
Tierra del Fuego.
What's with that? Where does it come
Yeah,
from?
I don't know. That's weird. Gonna call like the coldest place on on that continent a land of fire.
Right? Was it humor? Yeah, or was it the land? Or was it? Is it remnants of something from long ago?
Right. So
Residue of a world that we're unfamiliar with.
right, an old world.
It's almost as flat as Palestine. Oh, the map.
Well, I might have to jump out and jump back in because sometimes Yoda, you're talking and you're not
Yeah.
lighting up for me, and then now when you're not talking, you're just constantly lit up.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
There we go.
Wow, whatever that guy said, bro, that was just that was stupid.
The Palestine guy.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah, that's just typical this brain rot type of character. that
That's
works
not
around.
even. That's like that's like caveman levels of intelligence.
Yeah, yeah.
Holy crap!
That was all he could think of to say.
I'm making a
Yeah,
quesadilla right
that's
now.
quesadilla. Nice.
Quesadilla. I don't know. Quesadilla. Damn it, Napoleon!
Mexican food.
Make yourself a quesadilla.
Oh, good. All right. Hamoudi's typing. Look out. It's going to be a
Oh no!
globe proof coming into the chat.
Hey, we're so terrified, bro. We're running in fear.
Mr. It exists, but we just can't measure it.
Hello, my
It
friends.
exists, but we can't measure it.
Hello.
Hello, Anon. Hello, Anon.
How are you doing, T-Dub? Long time no see.
Yeah. Good to see you, man.
Oh man, we can't prove it, but it exists, guys. It's good stuff. Plug my controller in.
Are you people still on the five same truths, or did you actually find out some reality?
Yeah, what are you talking about, man?
Oh, yeah. Lay it on us, man. Hit us. What do you
Huh?
got?
What you got, bro?
NASA is fake, guys. Can we agree on that one?
Sure. Yeah, it's a
Okay.
bunch of actors.
Yes. Most of them, for sure. I don't know if 100% of them, but let's say many of them for sure.
I think the majority of them don't understand, right, that it's fake. And then, right, the ones that are astronauts, yeah, they're actors.
Yeah. I mean, maybe.
Right? Because not everyone there is going to space. Just some of them.
But none of them came out yet, right?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like normally, if there is a big conspiracy going on, there is always a whistleblower, right?
Yeah, I mean, think about it like this. Either you got two consensuses here, right? Either one, they're being held captive because of their life, right? Or they're getting paid some crazy ass amount of money, right? And we already know one of those is true.
But would you not think that before they die, they will open up?
Nope.
Yeah, there have been some. There have been some.
Okay, there has been one brother, and he's basically not saying the Earth is flat. He's basically saying I have not been to space or something like that.
No,
So-
there's a bunch. There's a bunch of people that have come out.
Yep.
There's NASA employees that have come out about. Wait, hold on a second. Are you talking about lying about going to space, or are you talking about that the Earth is flat?
I mean, I think we by default agree that NASA is fake. So
Okay. Yeah. Right. So what? You think the other space agencies, like the Chinese space agency, is telling the truth, though?
I mean, we don't know because we don't have like 100,000 videos of them green screening.
Yeah,
We're
the
assuming
Chinese footage, dude. If you think that the NASA footage looks fake, you should look at the Chinese footage. You should look at the Japanese footage or the Soviet footage. It looks 100 times worse than NASA's footage.
I don't know, bro.
Hey, India's footage, bro. Have you looked at India's footage? It's freaking hilarious.
Do not bring up the India footage, bro.
The only footage they basically publish is like whatever. We have a robot on the moon or whatever. But
Did you look at the footage of it, though? Like, they showed footage of it rolling onto the moon from the spaceship. It's so funny. Like, I don't know how anyone could think that it's real. And then there's footage of China landing something on the dark side of the moon, and it looks so funny and hilariously fake. Like, no adult in there that's looked into it should think that that's real footage. I mean, you can believe them if you want to, but the footage looks worse than NASA's footage, and NASA's footage looks ridiculous.
No, but there is a difference, you know. The difference is
What's that?
the difference is that for NASA we actually see the green screen many times, so we actually know it's fake. It not only looks fake. Do you understand what I mean? The difference.
When do you see a green screen? When do you see a green screen in NASA footage?
I mean, hundreds of times, bro. What are you saying?
You don't see a green screen.
But we see them basically teleporting balls into the view and whatever. Okay, so
I'd
basically
agree with him on
we
that.
can agree that even if you are in space, teleportation should not work. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty obvious, right? That if NASA basically uses teleportation animations and whatever for their views, that might not be true. You know what I mean? Like that's probably true. That's not true.
We believe in nothing, Lebowski. Nothing. We are nihilist, Lebowski.
But yeah, that's a problem. The flat earthers, they always come to the conclusion, right? If NASA is fake or if some video is fake, that basically everything has to be fake, right? And I would say
No.
No one said that.
My argument is more that all of the space footage, it's not able to be verified, right? So, like, without having to say it's fake, people can't go and check any of that. It's just all faith-based stuff. So, at the end of the day, people can choose to believe it if they want to, but it's always just going to be like trust. Like, they have to trust them and have faith in them. Where they could be lying if they wanted to trick people and put out fake footage that looks like what we see, then they could do that. It's not
your belief system.
Yeah, we're at their mercy, man. We're at their fucking mercy.
Your belief system is basically made up by not believing in that, right? While you are also not capable of proving it or disproving it. So
well, I don't rely on that. I don't think that they're lying about.
Let me finish the sentence first. All beliefs in that regard, right? To believe that the Earth is round or flat is basically unlogical, because as you just said, you can't prove any of them. What we can do
it's not based on that.
We can be assured that our deeds.
I'm a nihilist, Lebowski. I believe in nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it makes more sense to say I don't know, right, than it makes sense to say the Earth is round or it is flat.
Well, we all experience it. We all experience it as flat, and then when we test for curvature, we can't find any. So it's the logical viewpoint.
Yeah, it's the other way around. Exactly. It's not the way you're.
We don't need to believe. We don't need to believe that it's flat because we all experience it as flat. Some people think it's a globe because that's just what they got told, but they don't have any evidence for it other than, like you said, NASA pictures or India's shitty footage or something like that.
But your belief
footage, I would not
is not for anything.
No, we just go out and do like repeatable tests that anyone can go and do themselves.
No, but
and
no one
test for the curvature.
You're just copy pasting things from you have seen on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I've done tons of tests myself. I used to live on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia, and I wanted to check it for myself.
Okay, do you want to share any data and documentation and videos you have done on that experiment?
No, I wasn't planning on being on Discord. I didn't even know Discord existed back when I did that.
So basically you thought you're gonna disprove the craziest thing in the world, but you're not documenting it, right? That was your thought.
I wanted to check for myself. Yeah, you could go and check for yourself if you wanted to as well.
I have heard that 100, if that's basically something someone should believe, I have heard that from basically everyone in the channel.
No, you don't have to believe it. That's the great thing about this. Don't believe anything we tell you. Go and check yourself. That's the great thing about
everyone
this.
who checked himself, I found already, has exactly the same argument. I just wanted it to do for myself. I have not done any documentation.
Yeah, you should. You haven't done that though, have you? You haven't checked.
No, I have not.
Yeah, so I mean, we checked. You didn't check. You can go check. Don't believe anything we tell you. We don't care. Like, we're not here to try to convince you, right? You can go and check for yourself.
Oh, I understand. This channel is not about convincing people. This channel is basically about harassing flat globe tarts, waiting for them.
No, this is about sharing information with people, volunteering our time to try to help people to think critically.
I just thought you have done.
You sound like so Yoda, right? If you see Yoda down the bottom, right? He has cream for sale, and it's for your butt, right? It's butt hurt cream. So you could get some of that, right? Because it sounds like you need it.
I think you are changing.
I can put an ad. I can put an ad in the side chat for you.
You just said that
Oh man, this is good. It's good stuff.
and if you want to share information, most of the time, right, if you do experiments, you do documentations of it, so you can share these documentations after as information, right? But you just said you proved for yourself that the Earth is flat while you have done no documentation. So basically, you have nothing to share outside of your opinion, which makes us believe or not believe in it. Do you understand? We have to believe you now because you have not done the correct
No, don't believe me. Don't believe me. Go and do it yourself. Yeah, just go and check yourself. There's the ad in the side chat, right? It's a great product. Globe Earthers have given back great reviews so far. It's soothed their butt hurt.
Yo, T-Dub.
It's soothed their butt.
Yo, T-Dub,
Oh
can I
my
ask you
God.
$39.59, by the way. USD.
Can I T-Dub something, maybe? He left, maybe. Yo, DJ, I have proven that the Earth is round, but I have not done any documentation. Do you believe me now?
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, I don't
No.
believe you. It's very simple.
No, because I went and checked myself. Yeah.
No, but I don't care because I don't believe you. You don't care that I checked
You don't.
myself.
Yeah, but you don't have to. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. In fact, I don't tell people. I don't tell people that they should think that the Earth is flat because I went and did some tests myself back in 2018.
Yeah, but you said
we have well documented tests, right? Professionals have gone out with.
No one has.
With yeah. Do you think that they're fake? Like Dr. John Dee's tests?
Anyone on YouTube, bro. Not anyone who tells me.
Really? No one. So you don't believe anyone on YouTube?
Yeah.
Really? Everybody on YouTube is a liar just because they're on YouTube?
Oh no, I'm not saying.
Who do you believe? What about Facebook? Do you believe anyone on Facebook?
I mean, I don't know why you are.
Where should people upload content? Right. Let's say I had my own observation, right? But I uploaded. Let's say I had my own observation and I upload it to my YouTube channel. Would that mean it's false because I put it on YouTube?
No, but it still wouldn't mean that I have to trust some random person I don't know on the internet, right?
You don't know me.
Yeah, that's exactly. But now it's even worse, right? Now it's even worse because you said your point in here in this channel is to share information. But the moment you proved something or disproved something, you didn't do any documentation. Do
you remember Indio? Do you remember Indio?
I want to finish the sentence.
Hang on.
So
do you remember Indio?
Is you
do you remember
experience?
Do you remember Indio?
Everyone has to be
Indio.
You.
Do you remember Indio 007?
I don't know. I remember the Indian footage. I don't know if that's
Indio 007. The guy he has the primate profile picture. Yeah. Right. So he did his own tests. Do you want me to present his tests?
I've already also seen the flat Earthman. How is he called? Observations and whatever. He did documentation at least. That was a little bit impressive.
Yes, but that didn't convince you of anything, did it?
I mean, it gave me some thoughts at least. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, well, but it didn't help. Didn't
it's
help,
already
did it?
better than someone's belief system. You know what I mean? Like, basically, you are sharing information without having written anything down, and you are since 7 years in this community.
Yeah, but I'm not sharing my tests with anyone. I'm sharing tests that other people have done.
It
that I've
just feels very
studied.
lazy. Someone want to try to share informations for many years on a Discord channel, but then he didn't do any documentation to it to actually share
Right. So
something.
you were talking about how the other space agencies besides NASA might not be
No, I-
lying, but you haven't done any space tests, right?
No,
You're
I
just expecting me to believe in these other things, right? And they have YouTube channels. They're
I
on
don't
YouTube.
I don't believe in the
So it
flat
has to be false because it's on YouTube, right?
Earth. I've never said that.
You just said that a minute ago. You did say that.
No, I said
You said you don't believe anything that's on YouTube.
I said, okay, in the flat Earth topic, obviously it's very easy to.
Oh,
fake
but if it's a globe Earth, and it's on YouTube, that's okay. But if it's
No, but
flat
if
Earth and
someone
it's on
tells me
YouTube, it
that
has to be
on
false.
YouTube if someone tells me that basically in Iran was a school with children bombed, okay, then I'm probably going to believe that because there is some kind of hard evidence behind that saying. Do you see? But if someone tells me
Right.
I have done an observation 7 years ago and I have done no documentation or proof or videos or anything of it, I'm just.
Yeah, what about people that did? What about people that documented it and you can see something that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of curvature?
You didn't.
What's
do
your
any
rebuttal?
You didn't.
Yeah,
do
not
any
me.
doc-
Yeah, so someone else. Someone else did it. So what's your rebuttal? What's your rebuttal to that?
Bro, it's funny because
Answer the question. Answer the question. What's your rebuttal?
All the time, it's very
No,
annoying.
I asked you a question. You didn't
I will
answer it.
answer the question. Can I answer the question?
Sure.
Or-
Yeah, you can answer the question that I asked. Go ahead.
Okay. I started this debate with NASA is fake, okay? So everything on NASA on YouTube, I don't believe. Do you see? I'm just saying, I don't believe anything the elite tells me. I don't believe our governments. I don't believe the
Who
reptiles.
do you believe? Who do you believe? Who do you believe? China? Believe China?
No, they
China?
are fucking sadistic as well.
What about India? Do you believe India is the truth?
Why are you racist now, bro? I don't know.
Really, I'm racist.
Crazy.
Am I racist towards white people now? If I talk like this, does that make me racist now towards white people?
I mean,
Just because white people talk like that? If I do Indian accent, then I'm racist towards Indian people?
racist against whites by default because they are superior in every regard on this earth because they are basically the colonialists and we have everything and they have nothing, dude. Racism always comes from a point of oppression. Do you understand? The whites are not oppressed.
I'm sure there's Indian people that have a fuckload more money than you do, bro. Driving around in Lamborghinis and shit.
Indian people starving and there is no white people starving.
Really? There's no white people
That's
starving.
insane, bro. That's actually insane what you just said.
Okay, so where are the white people starving? Where are the white people getting?
Have you heard of Skid Row?
Yeah, the
Like-
junkies. You shit
Oh
themselves
my
out.
gosh, bro.
You do realize that
Guys,
some
I
junkies have
can't.
children, right?
Are you now arguing for the white suppression because of Skid Row? Because your people are taking so many drugs that they can't control their life anymore?
Your people, dude,
Yeah,
they
the
got like
Yeah,
heroin
the Ameri-
dispensaries in Switzerland, bro.
Okay, the Americans.
They got heroin dispensaries in Switzerland, bro.
Yeah, but no one in Switzerland
Yeah, but-
is living in an area like Skid Row. We have no Skid Row in Switzerland.
Uh-huh.
We do have junkies, but they still
Yeah,
have
it's
food.
because rich people pay to keep Skid Row off the streets.
Oh my god. Our junkies are also fucked by life. Just want to be honest. Junkies always bad, but they are still
Listen to him
clean.
destroy
They
an
are
argument.
still somewhat life. Do you understand? They're not
Yeah, okay, yeah. You destroyed your own argument. Good job. Tool bag.
Driving around
Okay,
in
let's go back to
Porsches.
the argument about belief systems, okay? The point is, obviously, on YouTube, there is a lot of trash. The point is that if you believe that everything the government creates to create an hallucination or an illusion about the round earth for you to believe in something which is not real, then in the same moment you
No,
have
no
that-
one said that. No
in-
one
in
said
the-
that.
I want to finish the sentence. In the
Nope.
same moment.
Yeah, but you strawmanned us, so you have to stop talking now. As soon as you strawman, then
I'm
cut
not
you off.
strawmanning. I'm talking
Yeah, why
about.
should
Yeah,
you get
you
to finish
did.
something that's a lie?
I'm not
Yeah.
strawmanning. Okay, anyone in here
Yeah,
believes
you are strawmanning.
DJ? What do you believe from ESA, NASA, China, or India's space videos? What do you believe of them? Any of them? Is there
Believe-
one video you believe?
What do I
You
believe
have to
from
believe
them?
in
Any
something.
video of them where you say that's probably a real video?
No. I mean, maybe if they show footage of their like facilities or something, yeah, whatever, that's
Oh
fine.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
probably real.
We agree.
Yeah.
We don't care. Is there any video of space of them where you say
No,
that's
there's
probably
no,
All or
there's
nothing
no.
fallacy.
Yeah, so if they're showing me like cartoon looking footage from space, yeah, I don't believe that.
Okay, so basically you're saying everything they're posting is bad, right?
All or nothing
Everything.
fallacy.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
no, I didn't say everything.
you are saying these people are creating fake videos to make you something believe which is not true, but in the opposite, they could also create all the flat Earth videos on YouTube just to create like confusion in our minds, right? We don't
Except
know.
we don't have evidence
if
for
all
that part,
this-
right?
We don't know if
Right,
this
that's
Dave.
speculation. So we wouldn't want to speculate on something we have no evidence for, right, guy?
Do you know that Dave
Right.
Voice is not a chill for the
This
CIA?
guy's
Because
going
they could.
crazy, bro.
You can imagine they could. Doesn't mean we have any evidence or indication that they did.
Yo, can you confirm that Dave Weiss is not a shill for the CIA? I'm just asking.
No, I don't care. I don't care. I literally don't care about
You
that.
have beliefs
Why should I care?
creating the round Earth, right?
Why should I care about some other dude on the internet?
I'm just
And that goes for someone claiming to be floating around outside some space vehicle, right? Like fixing a bolt. It's like, I don't care.
I'm just
Yeah.
Can anyone agree with me? Because I think it's not that unlogical.
No.
What I'm
Listen, I don't have to have an opinion to be right.
Can anyone agree with me that no one of us knows if they are not playing both
I
sides?
think that
of
went
the
over his
game,
head.
they're just creating confusion
Yeah,
inside of society.
who's they? Who's they? You
Like,
mean
the
like
reptilians, the Illuminati, the Cabal, however you want to call them, bro.
really? You think that they make all the long distance observations and pretend to be flat earthers debunking the globe?
Yeah, why
The same
not?
body that you tried to convince us are reptilians.
Creation by the FBI or no?
No, you sound batshit crazy. That's what's happening here.
The biggest
losing it,
flat
bro.
Earth community in the world, right, is 100% CIA and FBI, right?
Yeah, do you think the Rothschilds are reptilians too?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not even disagreeing. Yeah. Why wouldn't I believe that? I mean, they are definitely not human by mass murdering millions of people without
Definitely.
having any kind of
Yeah,
emotional
because
connection.
humans would never murder humans, right? It has to take a space alien to do that.
I mean, I don't know, bro. I could not kill 5 million people without getting depressed and getting fucking suicidal. I
No,
want to
now you say you don't know, but you were definitely sure that they were reptilians a second ago, and you said definitely.
I mean, I don't know if they're reptilians or if they're just soulless people or if they're heartless or if they're psychopaths. However you want to call them, they are not like I am. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so they're not reptilians.
I mean, they could be. They are just different than I am. I don't care what they are, actually. I think they are my enemy. That's the only thing that I need to understand.
All right, so why did you call them reptilians?
Because I think everyone understands where the conspiracy comes from, and I don't think there is 100%. I don't think it's illogical that they are not even human. You know what I mean? I think they are
For crying out loud.
They're definitely not acting human, to be honest.
Reptilians.
Definitely.
It doesn't care what they are, actually. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I stepped away for 2 seconds and we talking about reptilian people, bro.
We're not
This is
talking about
this is insanity, bro.
We are talking about, is it possible that basically all the narratives regarding the shape of the Earth, the concave Earth, the flat Earth, the globe, and all of them are basically created by the same global elite to create confusion and distortion in our minds, dude?
Yeah, on what basis? How would you justify that?
Because they support the left and the right. Do you understand?
That doesn't mean that they're doing what you're accusing them of.
That's the whole trick of them. They support free Palestine movements in
Yes, so that doesn't mean they're doing exactly what you accuse them else of doing.
What?
That's a fallacy of composition.
What's wrong with that? Anyway.
This is crazy, man. Like he believes all this crazy bullshit, but he can't fathom that I could zoom a camera across a lake.
I know you. I think you
For real, bro.
but you didn't, and I think that's
He's
very.
losing his mind, bro. He can't keep his story straight.
No,
Are you an operative, DJ?
You have
Are you working for
absolutely
ASIO?
that the Earth is round. Yet you are
Yes.
100% convinced. You see, and that makes no sense. It makes no sense to
guy-
believe that the Earth is flat if you have no proof for yourself, actually, right? You are just believing something on the internet while we know that the elites are literally trying to publish bullshit on the internet all day.
Sounds schizophrenic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It
I
really
don't know.
does, yeah.
I don't think I am locked
Completely
in
schizophrenic.
under a container controlled by a superior race or whatever, dude. I'm not in a
What are
container.
you talking about? What?
Hey,
Huh?
hey, let's slow this down, bro. So let me get this straight. So they want us to believe it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying that they want us to believe it's flat, bro. Do you know how stupid
they
that
don't,
sounds?
yeah. They don't want.
Okay.
They don't want you to know. Do you understand? They just want to confuse us in every fucking single.
And a simulation. And a multiverse.
And the stimulation.
Yeah, you are laughing, but who tells us we are not in the Matrix? Actually,
You're laughing now, but wait till the government comes and they send spies to your house. Bro, shut up.
why would you ever know that you are not digital? You know.
Yeah, you just have to wait for you to be right, but in the meantime, you're wrong. Got it.
For real.
In the meantime, I
Oh
don't
my God.
organize my life belief system behind a belief system I cannot prove. Do
That's
you
peak,
see? It makes
bro.
no sense. Basically, it makes no sense to support any kind of fraction on this earth which you can't prove yourself. And you are basically here since 6 years in this Discord, and since 6 years you're repeating the same 5 facts without having any real proof.
Yeah.
You are living.
Yeah, we got the proof. We can go through it with you with lasers.
No sense.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually dumb. You know what I mean? Like following.
Yeah, we can go through the proof that you say we don't have, which we've done with you before, which you denied because you're like, well, you didn't do it, but this other guy did. So how do you know it's true? And it's like, well, dude, we can even if DJ had actually handled the laser that you said he needs to handle for him to prove it, you would still reject him because to you, anything that anybody else does is not provable unless you do it. So if you're unwilling to go find out for yourself, then you actually have no opinion on the matter, and you could probably exit yourself from this chat and go find some other room to hang out in.
Yo, Yoda, have you done any experiments? You can just provide your documentation if you want, you know.
I have, but I don't have documentation to provide, and I don't need to. And you know, I don't care to prove anything to you because you don't seem to be interested in having an honest engagement. So why should I waste my time with you?
Oh my God, let me prove that the Earth is actually flat, but I'm not doing any documentation, guys.
And not to you, okay? Do you not hear what I'm saying? I don't care to present anything to you right now.
That's what you're saying, bro. No one believes that shit.
What do you mean no one believes? Well, you don't believe that shit. That doesn't mean no one believes that shit.
20 documentation. I have a mobile phone with me 24/7, but I was too lazy to put it out to activate the camera.
No, that's not the case.
Shut the fuck up.
Not the case whatsoever. See, what if I were to present you something I did? Your response would be, well, how do I know it's not CGI? Because that's exactly what happened when other people presented their personal cases to you. You accused them of presenting CG freaking I, and you said that unless you do it yourself, you can't believe it.
Bro, you are just another guy telling me he did proof, but he didn't do any documentation. Like it's
No, I'm telling you, I'm not going to present what I have because I don't care to. Because your behavior doesn't warrant it. Why should I waste my time with you?
It's crazy. Is anyone in here who did experiments by himself with documentation? I'm just asking now. Anyone?
Why does that matter? Why can't we use someone else's test with documentation?
Because you believe someone else on the internet now. Okay.
No, it's not belief. Listen, there's a way to approach this, right?
Yeah.
If what you've found on the internet to comport with what you've done in your own personal world, which includes no witness of any axial rotation, no witness of any Earth curvature anywhere to even measure in the first place, and you come across all this preponderance of evidence from even globe proponents who claim to measure the Earth, saying that they need to dispense with the globe and use a horizontal reference plane, then what's happening is that you're letting the globe proponents speak for you, and the globers are telling you that the Earth measures flat.
In the globe, you are literally.
Yeah, you're letting the globers tell you the Earth measures flat while they still believe it's a globe. So why does my personal
I don't know what you are
enter into
saying.
the conversation in the first place. I can
It does
take what the Globers claim to measure and show you that they're frustrated until they use a horizontal reference frame and consider
yeah,
it flat.
you're
I've
repeating
posted dozens of links in the home
the
server and here I've
atheist.
talked about them many times. And every time I want to get into this, you don't want to listen. So why should I waste any personal time of mine showing you my personal observations
What
when
is
your globe
altogether
heroes don't even have the evidence that they need to prove it to you?
okay, guys?
All right,
What
let's
is
check if any. Shut up, clown. All right, let's check if anyone else in here wants to ask questions. Anyone wants to have a conversation? Kratang, maybe King Charlie. Anyone in here? Otherwise, I'll unmute this clown again. Please save us.
Might have to text mute him. I don't know if he's able to
Oh my
maintain
gosh,
composure.
Oh yeah,
this
text
guy's
meeting
funny,
for
bro.
sure.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. He really went from the talking about all that other stuff.
He's a regular customer,
yeah.
man. He's been
Dude,
been doing this shit. for
He
a
had
few
me
years.
laughing with the reptilian thing, bro. That shit was fun.
Well, he came in and told us he's schizophrenic and he's on all these drugs for it, and that the Illuminati are reptilians, and he lives in Switzerland. Right? I mean, dude, if you're going to say that publicly about yourself, then guess what? It's fair game.
But he's really German.
Well, I mean, Swiss people are Germanic, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a reptilian. No.
All right. Well, I'm going to head over to English Hub, see if there's anything good happening there.
He's over there. Off you
Oh
go.
my. Mm. Fuck. What the fuck? Yo, actually down.
Popping this morning, huh? Yeah, I told the shambles come from. I don't fucking know. But they're disgusting. Oh, look at these acid birds. No. Wow. Let's see where this takes us. Time. Where is it? Good. Gamblers. Here. I don't know. Yes, that's nature. Yeah. Nature's an asshole. Yeah. See how I around it. Like your options.
I burned alive. Fuck.
we were able to get out of here.
So have you guys heard of Friedrich Robert Helmert? Helmert, who was he? Why should I care? Well, he was a German surveyor and a statistics professor. He lived from 1843 to 1917. He wrote a 2-volume set in German called Higher Geodesy. It's been translated into English. Geodesy is the measurement of Earth. And specifically, it's the measurement of Earth that goes into constructing the globe. And note that I said constructing the globe because it's constructed from mathematics. Helmert's Higher Geodesy in 2 volumes spans like 800 pages or so. It's massive, absolutely massive. But it's not unintelligible. There is quite a bunch of calculus and statistics involved. He walks through many mathematical processes, but his narration of it is quite accessible to anybody who understands how to communicate. And the English translations are by no means any more difficult to understand than the German is for the Germans. So Helmert basically defined geodesy as the science of measurement and mapping of the surface of Earth. And he breaks it down into about 10 steps or so, but more broadly into 3. Step 1, you measure the lumpy surface. So use angles and distances. Step 2, you observe the gravity vector via astronomy. There's a lot baked into that one. And step 3, you reduce or combine both of these into a single mathematical surface called an ellipsoid. And you do this by correcting for the deflection of the vertical. So what does that mean, right? So for the first part, when you're measuring a lumpy surface using angle and distance markers, you have to determine the physical surface features of Earth in front of you, right? So you'll use your sextant, your compass, whatever means you have. You're going to be measure deviations, mountains and valleys, and irregular coastlines. You're going to conform to something called the law of formation. So you're going to be using planar geometry during this process. You're going to be measuring quantities of parts of the Earth that are visible, and you're going to go beyond what's visible, which means you're going to go to distant markers, and you're going to measure your markers from there and continue on in kind of a leapfrogging fashion. And each time, you're going to set yourself up. You're going to measure points of observation in the distance. You're going to write them down. You're going to measure your angles between them and continue on and continue on. So you're building a network of surveys. And at this point, all of your surveys are perpendicular to the horizontal and horizontal to the perpendicular. You're going to use plumb lines to measure your vertical. You're going to go on and on and on. Right now, there's absolutely no globe that is being measured through this part of the process. And the second step is when the globe starts to make its entry. Okay, they're going to do what's called observing the gravity vector using astronomy. So how do you do that? Well, it corresponds to using your plumb line that you measure without using astronomy to using your plumb line with astronomy. What do I mean by that? So what they do is you know what a plumb line is, right? You take a fishing line or something and you put a weight at the bottom of it. You hold the fishing line up, and that plumb line is going to be perfectly vertical. Here's the issue. Let's say that you have a mirrored surface using a plate of mercury, as they did back in the olden days, or just a plain mirror on the ground. You hold a plumb line above it, and you wait basically for a certain star to be at a certain location at a certain time. And let's say, for the sake of this, for simplicity, for describing the principle, that you know that at a certain point in time, that this star is going to be directly in line with your vertical plumb line, such that if your plumb line that you're holding above the mirror could extend all the way up into outer space and touch that star, that it's a straight line, that would be called an astrogeodetic plumb line. It would be as if you could go to outer space, go to the star, and drop your plumb line, boop, all the way down to Earth. And when you look down in the mirror underneath your plumb, you can see the star directly above. Forms a perfect vertical. Now here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about that. During these astronomical observations, the zenith point that you're looking for may not always be exactly at the point that is predicted. So that star that you're waiting for to be right above your plumb line at a very specific point in time may not be there, may be off by a little bit. So, what do you do with that data? Well, because you are a geodetic surveyor, not just a normal surveyor, you're going to write down that variance. You scribble it down on your piece of paper. At this point in time, I expected the star to be above, but it was off by, like 12 arc seconds of degree, blah, 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 blah. And you know what you're going to do with that? You're going to imagine the globe, and you're going to imagine a gravity well that is bending the starlight. Because by golly, that star actually is above your plumb line at that point in time. It doesn't appear to be because gravity's bending the starlight, but it really is, and we know that it really is, but we know that pesky gravity's getting in the way and is bending that starlight, preventing you from being able to make that perfect prediction. So you note that down. You're going to take those observations, by the way, and combine them with your planar observations you did earlier in step 1. And in step 1, I forgot to mention, you're going to be noting dip angle and refraction conditions, which are also, by the way, conditioned on there being a globe. Right, so you're going to observe any points of interest in the distance that aren't exactly where they should be by your assumption. And you're going to think that refraction could be responsible for moving them into the position that you actually see them. All right, so this is all happening, right? And it's happening within such extremely tight tolerances of measurements that you might not actually have the ability, given your instrumentation, to determine whether or not these things are true variables, exceptions, or whether or not these are actually true measurements. You got this fudge factor you're working with refraction from step 1 and with deflection of the vertical in step 2. So you're going to take all these measurements, and let me tell you, you're going to take as many measurements as you possibly can get your hand on. So you're going to take as many planar measurements from step 1, as many vertical measurements of step 2, and you're going to take all of these. And then in step 3, guess what you get to do? You get to pick out a globe that you want to use. Yeah, that's right. You get to pick one out. They're not all the same. They have different radii. They have different semi-major and minor axes. Some of them are flattened a bit more than others. Some might be more prolate than others. Some of their axes may be tilted or off-centered relative to the other. Yeah, they get a bit weird. But you get to pick one. It's called a reference ellipsoid. And you know what you do with step 1 and 2? You perform a mathematical operation, extremely complex. You take your planar measurements and your errors, and your plumb measurements and your errors, and you statistically cram them in using math such that you could explain what you observed as if you're on the ellipsoid that you chose. And if there's enough error within your calculations and measurements, you get to have that. You get to have your globe. You get to take all of these and you get to wrap it around a ball. That's what happens. That is what Helmert described doing. And what's funny is he thought he was completely justified in explaining this process. He wasn't trying to hide a flat Earth or cover up a flat Earth or pretend that Earth is a globe. He sincerely believes in a globe. And he did with such profound definition that he created this entire body of work to allow you to take your observable flat Earth reality and make a globe out of it. You take that celestial sphere and you bend your plumb line. You take that horizon and you refract it. You use as much as you need, as much as you can possibly explain. You can have your globe. You don't need much. Because at every instance, at every station of measurement, you only need to be about 99.77% accurate over 69 miles square. And you can have your globe. Isn't that amazing? F.R. Helmert, everybody, the father of modern geodesy, of geodetic surveying. Any questions or comments from the audience? No? That's fine, because I have a meeting in about 2 minutes.
Posted one.
Yeah, Helmert. He was the master globe apologist. You bet. You bet he was. It's amazing, guys. Like, it's amazing because you can read what they wrote down and how they thought about doing this. And they were justified. They felt they were justified in constructing a globe. They're delusional, folks. It's almost scarier than a conspiracy theory. They're delusional. Everybody is freaking delusional. It's an urban myth. You know, it's like the Aztecs, right? Like, why do we have to sacrifice this child on the first rainfall of the new year? Why? Because it will bring spring. Why? Because every time we sacrifice this person, we get spring afterwards. So we have to keep doing it, because if we don't do it, what if spring doesn't come? And then what? You want all the farmers to die? You want all of us to die? We'll get no food. We'll have no harvest season that comes afterwards. If we can't have any sowing season, we have to have spring. So we have to perform this Aztecian human sacrifice, guys.
I smell a Disney movie.
You know, it's the same pattern, the same form of logic. It's freaking insane. All right, I'll be back later. Got to go on mute.
Thanks, yeah.
I want to hear it.
That's easy.
Go on.
Have at him, lads.
Oh, so you're
Hey, converted to the Islamic religion recently,
Might as
haven't
well
you?
be. You know.
You just got back from evening prayer, so you're just off to it.
Wait,
mate,
isn't England like a Muslim country?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
so you're Muslim.
I might as well be.
Yeah. That's cool. Welcome all the Muslims, brothers
not
and
Muslim.
sisters.
I'm not
The
Muslim.
mausoleums.
please.
Just kidding. Check on the new people, Radwin. Do your job. Come on.
I'm doing my chat. I got to keep people occupied. They're asking me for scientists and all this, so I gave them a scientist. The one who debunked gravity. We lied to you about gravity, but now they're going to find out that gravity's just made up.
What do you think about that 011? What have you gathered from every since you've been here? I've heard you a few times, and we engaged for a bit. But give me like a resume. How do you say? Short break.
3.
Yeah.
Why are you at 3?
Sorry. Jamesy, could you repeat yourself? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Just can you give me what have you gathered out of this channel? Like a compact version of everything. Go ahead.
To be honest, a few things really. I've understood the tools which measure the Earth, the levelness of the Earth. I believe it was Triggering Triangle who said he personally measured the Earth with a device. I cannot remember the exact name of it, but he measured it. He measured the levelness, and he said there's no curve. There's a few things I've picked up. I can't remember exactly what I've picked up, but that's why I'm here, to keep on learning. I'm just trying to educate myself, to be honest. That's the honest answer, and that's why I'm back, because I'm here to educate myself. Obviously, gravity's a theory, cannot be proven. We all know that.
Or defined, even. Can you even define what? Yeah, just say,
the way I look at it is, if an object is denser than the air around it, it will drop. So yeah.
That's an interesting definition.
I mean, that's the simplified version I have in my head. If you guys could expand on that, I'd love to know more.
It's as simple as it gets, though, right? I don't think anyone's going to deny the phenomenon thing, and it falls in the way that you described. Or conversely, something would rise if the conditions and the object were different, for example. No one's going to argue with that. We're just going to argue about the cause because it's associated with sphere, and that would mean the Earth would curve. The surface of the Earth doesn't curve, so the gravitational idea, for example, the creation of the Earth and other planets, everything everything pulling towards the center of mass, that idea has been debunked just because of the measurement of the surface of the Earth. We don't claim to know what gravity is. We just point out what everybody else points out. They don't know what gravity is.
Fair enough.
Say gravity is a theory. What does that actually mean?
A theory is something that doesn't have evidence, I believe. It doesn't have, evidence to support it. It's kind of like... Don't really know how to explain it.
Help me with this one.
Pardon?
When he described gravity as a theory, is that... I mean, we're in the English channel, so I'm just want to see if that actually how you use it. Gravity is a theory. Is that the correct way to say it, Jedi?
No, he didn't say scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, it would be based on scientific hypotheses that have been validated through an experiment. Then you can base your theory upon things that you've proven to be true. This is more like a colloquial theory, like an idea, because really you can't do any of the science. It's just an idea to explain. Usually comes along with the mathematics, which is the language that helps you explain your idea. So it's a theory. It's not a scientific theory. So I've got an idea.
Right. Because you can't measure it, can you?
Measure what?
You can't measure gravity.
What do you mean? We can measure the rate of objects falling, right?
Yeah, but that's not gravity.
But that's the phenomena of the object dropping, and we can measure its rate of acceleration to the 8 meters per second squared.
So Do you think gravity exists or doesn't?
What's okay? So two things, right? Gravity, either the phenomena that we observe, the thing falling down, or the cause of the phenomena making it fall down. Now we all observe the phenomena. I'm not saying there's a cause.
Okay. You see, when I think of it, right, I think of gravity, this theory that Isaac Newton discovered. This thing of like this force pulling down objects into the center of the Earth.
That's a law of gravity. Newton.
Let me speak, please.
Yeah, you got it wrong. Okay, Newton.
No, I'm explaining. No.
Law
This is not what I believe. I'm just making a point. Please let me speak.
Okay, yeah, but when you're off, okay, you're just dead wrong. That if you talk about Newton, that's the law of gravity.
Yeah,
Einstein gave us a theory of gravity.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah, so you're on the right. Make sure you're on the right footing before you step.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Back to what I was saying. So the theory of gravity, whatever they call it, is the idea of big objects pulling smaller objects towards them. For example, they say NASA will say Jupiter has huge gravitational field. It holds all the planets in place, right? So this theory of big objects pulling smaller objects towards the center, to me, it sounds a bit debatable. If I look at it in a kind of obvious way, the way I see it, right? You're holding a ball. You drop that ball. It drops. Why does it drop? Because it's denser than the things around it, the air around it, the oxygen, whatever it is, So when you guys say
you can check, demonstrate, and verify, right? You can actually control certain variables, and you can kind of confirm that that's the case to a certain within a certain parameter. But when you said that you can debate for the other side, that's actually not a debate, because the other side cannot demonstrate their side. A debate will be like my opinion about gun rights, or I don't know, you like green and I like red. We can debate about which one is better. We could debate about that, but debating about, there's no debate between fantasy and reality, though.
Yeah.
See, a law like Newton's law of gravity, that's not a debate. That's like a natural law. You see things falling at a rate.
Yeah.
The main problem is that when he says...
mistaken. Carry on.
Go ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason I was mistaken is because in school, I always learned that like Isaac Newton discovered gravity. When I think of gravity, I think of him.
He didn't discover it though. He didn't find it in the natural world.
I understand that now. But what I've always been taught was that he, came up with the theory. I never knew Einstein actually discovered it properly.
Einstein didn't discover anything either. That's not a discovery. A discovery will be me discovering something, right?
You know what I'm trying to say.
They made stories about their ideas in their minds and put it on paper and call it what they called it.
Yeah.
It's not a discovery. That's not something you discovered.
I've been wondering, like, so are you saying, like, they're lying? And why would they lie? That's one thing I've been wondering myself.
Okay, let's use Newton as an example. He thinks, because of the current learning at the time, because he's part of that establishment, that the Earth is a sphere, making astrological observations and so on. He's working on this theory, and he's trying to make up a mechanism and answer these questions as to what makes the world go round. Not only why things fall to the floor, but in his case, after he saw the apple fall from the tree, he looked up at the sky and he was asking the question, well, why do things go round and round? He's working with inside the paradigm. That's what he's doing. He's not necessarily lying. He's just trying to make the world work from his point of view.
Okay, interesting. So when it comes to Einstein, the person who believed gravity was an actual thing, what was he thinking?
Probably the same thing. The Earth is a sphere. Now, I don't agree with Newton with his idea of the mechanics of what makes the world go round and up and down. I'm going to come up with another way to do it that I can explain with math. I'm going to say there's a four-dimensional space-time fabric, and because objects are really, really big, they bend and warp this space-time fabric, which causes things at speed that were going in straight paths to have curved paths. We call them orbits. Or if they're close to the object of mass, they will be described as vertical paths straight down towards the center. He's just coming up with a mathematical mechanism that explains the world in which he perceives to exist, the Earth being a sphere.
Okay. The one thing that leaves me wondering is that, like, when it comes to maths, like, you're either wrong or you're right when it comes to maths. It's not like there's a maybe. You know, it's either you're wrong or you're right. You either have the exact answer or you don't. It's like when
You
you
ever
put
worked
2
with
plus 2
quadratics
into a
before?
calculator, you know, it will come up with 4, right? You can't say 3 will be right because it's not, it's 4. So I'm wondering, like, when Einstein thought of these mathematical equations, and he said they were correct, what made it obvious they were wrong? I'm
You
wondering.
never played with quadratics before?
No.
It's not wrong.
You know what
It's
quadratic
mathematics is. Sorry, Quick, go on.
Yeah, do you know what a quadratic is?
No.
Okay. Well, just take a look. Just maybe do a quick Google search and see how many quadratic equations or non-linear equations exist inside Einstein's formulas.
Can you spell it for me? Quad.
So quad, R-A-T-I-C.
Yeah. Equations, right?
Yep.
And 10 coupled.
So how many answers can a single quadratic equation produce?
I'm not sure. Bear with me.
Yeah, almost an unlimited amount.
Okay.
It can fail. It can produce an error. It can error out. You could have 1 or 2 real solutions. Then you could have 1 or 2 imaginary solutions. And then you compound that when you start stacking quadratic equations inside each other.
Okay.
When people start thinking like, well, Einstein came up with one universal answer, E equals like MC squared. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's not even close. Okay. You know, people don't really like touch that stuff. So I mean, like your pipeline. I mean, though it sounds, that you think that it sounds humble. Like, hey, this guy did a lot of math, and math comes up with a unified answer.
Yeah.
Though sometimes math, especially math at that level, it comes up with more questions. They've got math equations where they don't know what the answer is. They're trying to, still to this day, trying to find like these complex math equations that will come up with a new equation. So isn't that sort of like very easy where you just whip open the calculator and start punching in some numbers and it tells you the theory of gravity?
That's interesting. Okay.
You might find interesting too is when you have fractions. Where do you draw that line when the fraction goes on infinitely?
Oh yeah, it's like remainders, right?
Yeah.
They go on forever. Do you think we lack the reality of seeing the real truth in certain equations?
No, I'm saying like if you're doing the equation that has multiple, infinite fraction, like a non-rational number, and you've compounded that, you round up like 0.33333 to like 0.3334.
Yeah.
How many times would you do that before you get a completely different answer than someone else?
That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's a good point, man. So when it comes to like the laws of like everything, do you think we're unable to fully determine the laws of these mathematical equations? Do you think we lack the awareness, the conscience to really determine the truth?
Yeah, I think you're barking up the wrong tree there, because a natural law or scientific law, an expression of reality, is not going to be as clean as cut as a fraction or an equation.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So, do you think we as humans lack the knowledge to really determine the truth when it comes to these certain equations, these certain numbers?
Well, let's use Newton. Newton said the model, the heliocentric model, was so mathematically perfect that it could have only been made by a supernatural being. Because nothing in nature is that perfect. There's always imperfections in nature. But this heliocentric model is so mathematically perfect and completely consistent all the way through that his hypothesis was God of the Bible made the universe.
Okay.
And that's where people start thinking, is this science or is this theology? And then when you look into what other things that Newton wrote about, it was theology the whole time. That was like this little law of gravity. That was a side hustle he did for a couple years. But his main shtick was two things. He believed in the Catholic Church, and he also believed in alchemy. Was his other shtick. He thought that he was going to turn mercury into, or lead into gold, using mercury to something with the digestive system. They actually exhumed his body and they saw that he had high levels of mercury poisoning.
Damn.
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem? 0116 AOG.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
No.
Okay, Kurt Gödel, he was a mathematician and logician, proved logically that there is no mathematical system which is both complete and consistent. It can be one or the other, but it can't be both. That means that there's things that are true in the mathematical system which can't be proven. No proof exists, but they are true, but they actually just can't be proven.
How can it be true if it's unproven?
Well, that's an inconsistency, isn't it? So something could be true, just your knowledge does not require it to be true or not. Just can't be proven true.